Alright, hello. Welcome back to the Nancy Drew stream. Let's bring up the game. Okay. So we have this from the tombstone, no, the crypt. I think oh, okay,
What's going
we can
on?
talk to this dude again.
So, how did your expedition to Jake's mine turn out?
Well, as you may or may not have heard, I didn't find the mine. But at least now I know where it isn't, which is just as good as knowing where it is. Sorta.
Let me just fix this so that the game... Okay, there it is.
Do you by any chance have any duct tape?
Duct tape? Sure don't. But there was this one case I worked where duct tape came in real handy. See, I had just collared this...
I'm kind of in a hurry, Mr. Balducci.
Oh.
Maybe some other time.
Okay. I wonder if he notices that that huge gem is just missing from the cat statue. I think it's in, the sampler book. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, there's the sampler book. Let me get my little notebook out. Yep, okay. Notebook and a pen. We have wisdom, eternity, upper left, upper right, parity, lower left, and purity, lower right. Purity is harp. Wisdom is owl. Eternity is crown. And charity is dove. Harp is 3. Crown is 6. Dove is 9. And owl is 7. Now, where is that, So I still have nothing to open this with?
It's
Okay, nope.
locked.
Yeah, I can't use that. Okay. Or that. This is still locked. Now I need to go to
More questions?
You didn't go on Tino's expedition to Jake's mine?
Please. The man barely knows where his head is. If he's the one who finds that mine, I'll eat my laptop.
Would you by any chance have any duct tape?
Duct tape? Why, I happen to have a roll right here in my pocket.
You do?
Don't be a ninny. Of course I don't have any duct tape. What do I look like, a hardware store?
I'll let you get back to your writing.
All right, then.
what I look like, a hardware store.
Hey, how's it going?
See you in a bit.
You
I
know
need
where to
some
find
duct
us.
tape. Okay, I don't remember where the...
Engineer, this better be Miss Gerard.
Well, actually,
Forget it.
I don't remember where the thing is.
check. Haven't done that yet. I'm done with that. Check. I'm done with that. Finish that. Finish that. Can't check that off yet. Check. I'm done with that. Finish that. Check. Finish that. I'm done with that. Can't check that off yet. I'm done with that. Finish that.
Got a lot of stuff done.
Check. Check. Can't check that off yet. Still
Yeah, I
have
still
to
have
do that.
to do that. Open the lock in the sleeping car. I need to dial in 4 numbers. Oh, it was in the sleeping car. Okay.
Check.
Okay, I need to go back to the sleeping car. This? Yes. Okay. Upper left. So, should be 7. Bottom left. Should be 9. Upper right should be 6. And then the last one should be 3. Seven, 9, 6, 3.
More pipes. Why am I not
Why
surprised?
pipes? Hmm. This is puzzling. This puzzle. Okay. Might be this way.
That
Did
should do
it.
it.
Okay, I did the pipes.
Finish that. Finish that.
I
Still
haven't seen
have to do
everything in
that.
Camille's crypt? Huh.
I'm done with that.
I did the pipes. That might have been the last of the pipes, so... I need some duct tape for that. Where's the thing for the... Oh, it might be... in the other car at the very end. Yeah.
Uh-oh, that doesn't look good.
Okay, all the pipes aren't connected yet. Huh. I thought they would be.
Oops, sounds like somebody's taking a nap. Oops, sounds like somebody's
He's
taking a
napping
nap.
while upright? That's peculiar. Okay, there's nothing else to see here.
Something fits in here.
I already opened that up. Go back into the crypt. Okay, there's nothing else to get from here. Oh, it's another slug. Did I get all of them then? I got all of them.
Finish that. Haven't done
Okay,
that
there's still
yet.
stuff I haven't seen yet in this crypt.
I need to match that shape.
I already opened this.
See you.
Maybe I should try that again. Where did I write it down? Okay, it's red. Red. Wait. Double checking. Okay, it's green, red, purple, yellow, orange, blue. Green. Red. Purple. Yellow. Orange. Blue. That's it. That's all that's in here. I don't see anything else in this crypt.
PB. CU. CU.
Okay, I'll turn around and I'll go back to where the slugs go. Maybe I'll call Bess.
Hello?
Hi, Bess.
Hey, what's going on?
How about a hint?
You bet.
The handle of the pickaxe broke when I pulled on it, but I think I can fix it with duct tape, if I knew where I could get some.
Just ask around. Everybody's got duct tape. Do you have duct tape, Bess? Right here in my purse. See? Oh my gosh, she does.
Excellent. You guys are great.
We know.
See ya!
Where is the eagle painting again? One of these cars, obviously. Which car? Maybe he has duct tape.
What's up?
I hear Tino took you and Lori for a little hike today.
Don't remind me. Turns out Tino had no idea where he was going. Good thing for him, my fingers were frozen stiff. Otherwise, I would have strangled him.
Would you by any chance have any duct tape?
Got some right there in my gearbox. That's the good news. The bad news is, I can't open the box. It's an antique lockbox that I found in this abandoned monastery I scoped out on my show last year. You can open it with either the key, which I just discovered I forgot to bring with me, or the combination, which you're supposed to be able to figure out just by looking at the box. Fortunately, I didn't put anything critical in there. I've never tried to open it without the key, but if you want that duct tape, go ahead and give it a shot.
Thanks, I think I will.
If you get it open, the duct tape's all yours.
There's an image on each of those buttons. They tell a story, maybe? I bet the animals should start from the left shore.
Hey! Peacock first, and oh, I got that wrong. Okay, so this right here, this animal is right there. There's the peacock. And there's the wolf. But the animals should start from the left shore. Okay. Weird puzzle. Okay. Maybe it's that one first. Not all three on the left shore. This is a logic puzzle for sure. Okay. And this isn't in here. Right here. Okay, that was obviously wrong. Interesting puzzle. I don't understand it at all. Complete and utter silence. If I turn on music, I'll forget to turn it off. So it's better that I don't. I have rights to be starting with this. Or should I start with this? I might write this down. Draw a 3x3 grid. I don't think that's gonna work out. Two first. Um, two is definitely first. Because Nancy said that the animal should start on the left shore. And maybe they all land on the right shore at the very end. That might be it. So 9. No. 8 is at the end. Um. I'll try that one. So 7. 4. 6. 'Ow. That doesn't feel right. So 2 first. Maybe I do 7 again. Or 2. Maybe 6 first. 3. Oh, that's there. 2. And this puzzle. Will they help me? Give me a hint, please.
Hello?
Hi, Beth.
Hey, what's going on?
How about a hint?
You bet.
Any idea how to open that medieval box John Gray keeps his duct tape in?
See those 9 images on the box? Well, if you rearrange them in a certain
A
way,
puma.
they tell a story. See, the Grim Reaper has to ferry a wolf, a puma, and a peacock from one shore to another. Unfortunately, the wolf will eat the puma if they're left alone on the shore, and the puma will eat the peacock if those two are left alone. So you need to figure out in what order to push the images, so that the Reaper gets all 3 from one shore to the other, without anybody getting eaten. It's all a matter of the L word. Luck? Logic.
All right. Thanks for the tip.
No biggie. Take care.
You too. Bye.
What the heck? That's more than I was getting from this. Okay, so I can't leave the puma and the peacock alone, or the wolf and the peacock? Is that what they said? Okay, I'm gonna listen to that again. And I'm gonna write it down this time.
Hello?
Hi, Beth.
Hey, what's going on?
How about a hint?
You bet.
Any idea how to open that medieval box John Gray keeps his duct tape in?
See those 9 images on the box? Well, if you rearrange them in a certain way, they tell a story. See, the Grim Reaper has to ferry a wolf, a puma, and a peacock from one shore to another. Unfortunately, the wolf will eat the puma if they're left alone on the shore, and the puma will eat the peacock if those two are left alone. So you need to figure out in what order to push the images, so that the Reaper gets all 3 from one shore to the other, without anybody getting eaten. It's all a matter of the L word. Luck? Logic.
Excellent. You guys are great.
We know.
See
Okay,
ya.
so I have... What I wrote down is wolf, not puma. Puma, not peacock. So wolf, peacock, puma, wolf. No. Wolf, peacock, puma, peacock. No puma, peacock. It's just wolf, peacock. The puma can't be left alone with the wolf or the peacock. Okay, so we start with 2. Can't be wolf peacock. So do I not push all of them? Okay, we got the puma alone. 2, 5. Or maybe 2, 3, 6, 9, 7. The wolf and the peacock can't be left alone. 2, 5, 9. Three maybe? I don't know. 6? Okay, it's not this. Try that again. 2. 2, 6. I don't understand this puzzle at all. I'm just sitting here staring at my screen, rocking back and forth, twisting my pen, wondering where things went wrong. Why is this puzzle so difficult? Okay, all the animals on the left shore. And I have to get them to the right shore in one piece. The wolf can be left alone with the peacock. But the peacock can't be left alone with the puma. And the puma can't be left alone with the wolf. I didn't know pumas were prey to wolves. I did know that birds are prey to cats. Peacock, wolf, wolf, peacock. Peacock, wolf. Two. Oh. Peacock, wolf. Puma first, I think. 2, 4. That's a first. Peacock, wolf, wolf, peacock. Two, 4, 9. That seems to make sense. That is a complete storyline. Two, 4, 9, 5. Two, 4, 9, 5. It says completely stop me in my tracks. Okay, I have 2, 4, 9, 5. How about wolf? No, I think this is wrong. Because then wolf and peacock are alone here. All 3 animals. Then takes the puma. Two, 4, 5, 9. Two, 4, 5, 9. But then how does the wolf get there? Why is the puma still in the boat? Do I not click all of the images? Seems like I should. Six. 4, 5, 9, 6. 2, 4, 5, 9, 6. 2, 4, 9, 5, 6. 1, 3, 7, 8. 2. 4, 9, 5. How about I try 7, 6? Nope. 2, 4, 5, 9. 2, 4, 5, 9. Get the puma in the boat. Am I even on the right? Okay. 2, 4, 9. Let me change it up. 2, 4, 9, 5. 2, 4, 9, 5. 2, 4, 9, 5. 2, 4, 9. 2, 2, 4, 9. 2, 4, 9. 2, 4, 9. Six. At no point is oh, the peacock is here. 2, 4, 9, 6. Three. I don't understand this puzzle. Um. Okay. 2, 4, 9. Peacock can't be alone with the puma, and the wolf can't be alone with the puma. So, wolf on boat. 2, 4, 9, 6. Puma on boat. Wolf on shore. Two, 4, 9, 6, 3. Um. Oh, I opened it. Ugh. I didn't understand that puzzle at all. Okay. Is that it?
What's up?
Well, I'll catch you later.
Goodbye.
I got the roll of duct tape. The grandchild of Jake's engineer said he was told to always remember this. The eye of the tiger is fixed on a star. Zircon lies and fingers that scar. Amethyst floats in a hand from the deep. Citrine is what the foul mouth shall keep. Tourmaline by a soft arm is ensnared. Peridot rests at the foot of the mare. That must be the secret to placing the stones that Jake mentioned in his letter to Ruth. Fatima, the woman at Buell's old-time taffy house, asked me to source some taffy for her. She said I should just turn on the machine, then use the levers to make the taffy coming down the conveyor belt drop into the right box. The box is the same color as the taffy. I hope I can resist sneaking a piece or two in the process. In that letter to his niece, Jake said that the 4 words that I found in her crypt had to be translated into numbers and used in combination. That's what I did. That sampler equates icons to numbers, so maybe what I need to find is something that equates words to icons. The in combination part makes it sound like the numbers I come up with will open some kind of lock. I was thinking about this last night, actually. I was like, what is this? What are the words for? And then I was like, sampler book. I worked this out when I was trying to sleep last night. That's how dedicated I am to Nancy Drew games. I think about them before I go to sleep. Trying to finish these puzzles while I'm trying to sleep. Frank and Joe discovered that Buell had a grandchild who still lives in Copper Gorge. Frank is going to fill in for a short order cook so he can get some information out of the guy. Just how he's going to do that while he's busy cooking, I have no idea, but if he thinks he can do it, that's all that matters. The lock on that trunk in the taffy house / museum reminds me of the lock that was on that cigar box in Jake's car. Jake Hurley was apparently friends with a carbide magnate named Thomas Wilson and with Samuel Clemens. Wow. Wonder if he had any other famous pen pals. Yul was Fatima's great-great-uncle. She's quite a character. She wears this miner's costume and welcomes people to Buell's old-time taffy house.
I'm done with that.
I was gonna go to the slugs thing. It must be in the next car. Yeah. I have all of them. I'm flipping back in my notebook. Okay. 2 is Eagle. Okay. Bell is 12. Two. Has to be a specific combination for some damn reason. Eagle is what? What is Eagle? Eagle is 2. What is Bell again? Bell is 12. I was trying to do Eagle before Bell. My bad. Bell is 12. Well, I got 12. I'm just gonna look this up. Because I'm getting 12, but it's not working. Okay, scale puzzle. That's what it's marked. What? All the coins are back in front of the bowls, and Nancy has just wondered whether that eagle has anything to do with the eagle in the dining room. There is one more latch to loosen, and that is the latch above the eagle. Look at the table you made of the embroidery samples. You read in your table that the number for the eagle is 2. Now place the coin 10 and coin 6 in the right bowl. Coin 10 and coin 6. One, 8, 2, and 7 in the left bowl. 1, 8, 2, 7. Oh! That's it. Okay, I should be able to open the eagle painting now. Had to be a specific combination of those slugs. Which is annoying because I kept making 2, but it wasn't working.
And naturally, we have still more
Why
pipes.
more pipes? Aww.
There, that
Ugh.
looks right.
So many pipes.
Hey, how's it going?
Talk to you later.
You better.
Okay, I think I got all the pipes now.
Sounds like steam from the engine is moving through those pipes now.
Duct tape.
There, good as new. Sorta.
One of them's red.
Darn, I must be missing something.
One of them's red. Must be this. Is that a hoof? Foot of the mare. Okay, peridot. What is peridot again? And if I hover over them, they don't say. I'm gonna have to leave and come back. And identify these gems again. So this is the sampler book. The gem should be in this one. Yep. Amethyst. Purple. Citrine. Rich golden color. Okay. Yellow should be citrine. Tiger's eye is obvious. Diamond. Fixed on a star. Okay, Tiger's eye is on the star. Zircon is which one? Zircon is... Or this is citrine, probably. Okay, that one's citrine. This is tourmaline. Okay, which one is the green one? Olivine. One, two, three, four, five, six. All 6 gems. Amethyst floats in a hand from the deep. Hand. Zircon lies in fingers that scar. Fingers that scar? What is that? A claw? Gold. Citrine is what the foul mouth shall keep. Tourmaline by a soft arm is ensnared. Peridot. Oh, it's Peridot. Peridot is green. Okay, it's Peridot then. Peridot is what? Rests at the foot of the mare. Hoof. Where do I go? This way. I think. This is the wrong way. Darn. Okay, this one is the green one. The star. Tiger's eye. Octopus. Soft arm ensnared, maybe tourmaline. Wrong way. Finger that scar. Foul mouth. This is foul mouth. Gold. Oh, I hate that squeaky noise. What the hell is this? Finger that scar, maybe? Zircon?
Whoa, looks like I did something right.
Oh, I did it right.
Haven't done that yet. Still have to do that. Finished. I'm done with. Check. Finish that. Finish that. Finish that.
Thirsty nose. Oh, did an ad break play? Oh, my bad. It's great now.
And we have liftoff.
This is quite the contraption. It's so loud in my ears. It's going on for so long. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. It's in Brimstone Canyon.
That's where Jake's mine is. Brimstone Canyon.
Don't you look all excited. What's up?
I think I know where Jake's mine is. Tell the engineer to head for a place in Nevada called Brimstone Canyon.
Way to go! I knew you could do it, Francie.
Not Francie, Nancy.
Here's the deal. When we get there, I'm going to make sure that you get to be the first one to check out the mine. I'll call everyone together in the dining car, and while we're in there, you slip off the train. Will 10 minutes be enough of a head start?
You don't have to give me a head start.
Think of it as your reward. Of course, anything you find in the mine is, well, mine. So if I find out that you've taken something without telling me, let's just say things could get ugly.
Don't worry, you can trust me.
I have the feeling that thanks to you, we are about to discover something huge. Great job, Amy.
Thank
Amy.
you.
All aboard.
Sounds like the train's leaving. Where's it going? Well, Frank and Joe will make sure it comes back for me. I hope.
I'm so puzzle-minded. I'm trying to solve this puzzle immediately. The heck? It reset itself?
right. This is the entrance to Jake's mine. Whoa, what's going on here? Jake's color wheel seems to be pointing toward purple. Wow, glowing lizards. Cool. But weird.
Purple. Red. Yellow. Purple.
Wonder what that's doing there.
Yeah, what is that? What is that, and what is it doing there? This thing hasn't been used in ages, Nancy. Are you sure you want to go through this? Orange still. Red. Yellow. Purple. Yellow.
Uh-oh. There's some kind of chamber on the other side of those poles. But if I move the wrong one, the ceiling will collapse. Jake was too meticulous not to have left a clue somewhere as to how you're supposed to move them. I wonder if it has something to do with that symbol I saw before.
Maybe.
I've seen that symbol before.
Uh-oh. Oh, second chance. Oh, I can't call Bess and George, huh? They could have given me a little hint.
Nuts.
Oh. I saw another one of them.
Another symbol.
I don't know, Nancy. I just don't. I could go lower. Another one. Soup. That's Japanese. Going back up. Going up again. I'm looking for more of those symbols.
Whoa!
Whoa! Oh, I left the mine. I think this is probably the first one. Because it's the first one I've seen.
I can't get through here. Whoa!
I'm back here.
Jake must have made those symbols. The question is, why?
Fish is 5. Bats is 6. Okay, cactus is 1. Fire is 2. Is that fire? Two. Whatever that is in the middle? 3. Whoever that is 4, and then fish is 5, and bats is 6. Okay. This is fish. So this symbol is 5, actually. Anything to look at? No, doesn't appear so. How the hell do I keep ending up back here? Green leads me there. Oh. There's a symbol here. I don't know, though. Need to go red. Yellow. I have no clue. Elevator.
Now it's pointing toward purple.
I have no clue. Maybe this symbol is elevator. I'll go down twice. Oh, cactus. The cactus stone. Okay, that's Sue. Looking for bats. Whoa! Ow! Damn. At least it comes back. Imagine Nancy just gets stranded in the middle of this fucking cave. Because I was trying to find bats. Where are the bats? No!
Oh, man.
Oh man, it's right. The heck is this?
Now it's pointing toward purple.
I have a magic compass.
Now it's pointing toward purple.
I don't know. Obviously Sue's first.
Okay, so far so good.
I didn't see bats.
I think I made a boo-boo.
Second chance.
Okay, so far so good.
Uh-oh. I should have done that. Fish is 5.
Okay, so far so good.
Damn
Nuts.
it.
Okay, so far so good. Uh-oh. Okay, so far so good.
Okay. Whichever that one was.
I think I made a boo-boo. Uh-oh.
I'm throwing my hands up. I don't know.
I think I made a boo-boo. I should be able to get through there now. Jake Hurley, I presume? Camille. It figures he'd be carrying a picture of her. There's something underneath it.
Jake Hurley, CO Postmaster, Denver, Territory of Colorado.
Looks like a letter. April 14th, 1865.
My dear friend Jake, believe me, Jake my boy, I can think of nothing more pleasant than touring the West aboard your private train, but much as I would like to accept your invitation, the duties and responsibilities of my office forbid it. I cannot leave Washington until this terrible war is over and the states are united once more. I would scarcely leave my office at all these days, were it
Your humble friend.
were it not for Mary. Tonight, at her insistence, I will be accompanying her to the Ford Theater to see a comedy called Our American Cousin. Have you seen it? Mary assures me that I'll enjoy it despite the fact that for some strange reason I've never felt at ease when at the theater. Perhaps tonight will be different. Write to me soon. Your missives never fail to boost my spirits. Your humble friend, Abe.
Oh my gosh. This is from Abraham Lincoln. And April 14th is the day he was assassinated. This letter must be worth a fortune.
That's just what I thought, too.
What do you mean?
See, what I didn't tell you when I gave you that letter Jake wrote to Ruth is that I also found his diary, which is how I found out he'd gotten to be friends with President Lincoln, and that he'd gotten a letter from Abe that he knew would be so valuable someday that he always kept it on his person. Can I have it?
Sure.
See, I knew if we could just find Jake's body, we'd find the letter. And you did it, Amy. You did it. I'm going to be famous. Good famous for once.
So you never really cared about finding Jake's mine?
Nah. I mean, it would have been nice if it was filled with gold and silver and stuff, but this is what I was really after.
And you followed me because you didn't trust me?
I trusted you to find it. I just didn't trust you to give it to me. And now that you have, you know, I'd really, really be famous if I could say I found this all by myself. But even if I got you to lie for me, how do I know you'd keep lying? Oh my gosh. What if there was like this cave-in and we were trapped, but I was the only one who made it out?
Excuse
What if I
me?
killed you?
Oh my gosh! That way I could not only say that I found the letter, but that I tried to save you. Only you did something stupid, and it was all I could do to save myself. Oh my gosh! I'd make the national news for sure, and people would say I was smart and resourceful and courageous even.
Lori, you can't be serious. That's crazy.
You don't understand. People are finally going to respect me. I have to do this. Sorry.
Lori, I still have my cell phone. I have
The
all
opening's
bars.
blocked. I'm trapped. Now how am I gonna get out of here? Maybe I could get out of here in this.
Oh shit. I wasn't fast enough. My bad. Excuse me. This is taking a while. I'm pointing and clicking as fast as I can. This is the worst roller coaster ride ever. Ew. What is that?
Lori, are you all right?
Nancy, is everything okay?
It is now.
As soon as we discovered you and Lori weren't on the train, we jumped off and hightailed it back here.
What the heck's going on?
I'm sure Lori will be glad to tell you all about it.
Darn you, Natalie!
It's Nancy. Dear Hannah, some hostess Lori Gerard turned out to be. When her father heard that she'd tried to seal me up in that mine, he canceled all her credit cards and said that from now on, Lori will have to support herself. She has yet to stop crying. Tino Balducci told reporters that he knew what Lori was up to all along, and said he let Frank, Joe, and me solve the case so we amateurs could enjoy his limelight. Joe was just about to belt him when a big argument broke out between John Gray and Charlena over whether John had really recorded Camille's ghost. She started calling him a crackpot, and then he started calling her a hack. Then, well, let's just say that soon the press was no longer interested in what Tino had to say. As for Jake Hurley, it turns out that his letter from Abe Lincoln is worth a small fortune. Pretty ironic, huh? Jake spent his whole life searching for gold, when all along he possessed something far more valuable. His uncanny knack for making friends. Love, Nancy.
Wow! The game's over! Congratulations on cracking the case. You've been awarded the title of Hanging with the Hardys Award for spending maybe a little too much time with Frank and Joe.
Have you ever been to Paris, France? Well, préparez-vous, because that's where my next mystery adventure takes place. I'm going to be the
Danger by
assistant to
design.
Minette, a famous fashion designer. I'll be working undercover to find out why she's been acting so peculiar lately, throwing tantrums, firing people. She's even started wearing a mask for no apparent reason. Her studio is in this spooky-looking centuries-old moulin. That's French for windmill. Of course, that doesn't have anything to do with her strange behavior. Or does it? Only one way to find out. Help me solve my next case. Danger by design. À la prochaine!
Oh, that's the end of the game. I guess I can download Danger to Deception Island, because I still have that in my library. Danger on Deception Island, excuse me. Okay, I'm downloading it now. It'll take a little bit because it's writing to my SSD, not my hard drive. That was fun. A few of the puzzles really puzzled me. But overall, it was an enjoyable experience. I do love Nancy Drew games. Downloading is 31%. 32%. Let me move everything over. It's at 50% now. So it's almost done downloading. It would have been a lot faster if I weren't writing to an SSD instead of my hard drive. My hard drive's just really full. It's got a whole bunch of junk in it. I never know why it's so full to begin with. Doesn't seem like I have that many programs downloaded onto it, and yet it's still very full. Okay. Oh, first I have to change the stream info. I'd probably do a lot better if I were using the what's it called? Retro category instead. Because these games are technically retro now.
Welcome to my latest case, Danger on Deception Island. To learn how to play, choose Gameplay Overview. When you're ready to start the game, choose either Junior or Senior
I'm always a
Detective.
junior detective, never senior.
Dear Ned, here I am on a ferry bound for Deception Island, one of the San Juan Islands off the coast of Washington State. George's friend, Katie Firestone, is expecting me. Katie's a marine biologist who's doing research into deep water parasitic growth. She also owns a whale watching boat and takes tours out practically every day. I should be excited, but for some reason I feel on edge, like something's out of whack. Maybe it's because George and Beth arranged this little vacation for me, and sometimes their plans don't work out so well. Or maybe it's because we're about to dock at a place called Snake Horse Harbor. Kind of a creepy name for a town, don't you think? Or maybe it's because I haven't been on vacation for so long that I've forgotten how to relax. Anyway, we're here. It's not raining, but it's not sunny either. It's just kind of gray. Maybe that's why I feel so strange. Ever yours, Nancy. Katie?
Hi, you must be Nancy. I'm Katie Firestone. Come on, I'll take you down to the boat. Great timing, huh? I just got back from getting some groceries. George could not have picked a better time to arrange for you to come out here. Just last week, this orca showed up in the channel, and now it... Oh my gosh, what happened? Someone tore the place apart. The engine's a mess, parts are missing, others are damaged. Why would somebody do this?
Are you gonna be able to fix it?
I better be able to. I can't afford to pay someone else to do it, and if I end up having to replace a lot of parts, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Want me to help you?
Look, you're on vacation. Just go relax. Or bike into town, or take my kayak out. It's at the end of the dock. Just always wear your life jacket. And don't go past the channel markers. And if the fog starts coming in, head to shore fast. The fog we get around here is as thick as cotton. And never go out without a GPS. That's a global positioning system. Mine's somewhere around here. Anyway, your bunk's the empty one below. Why don't you go unpack?
Imagine having to explain to someone what a GPS is.
It won't be much of a sandwich if I don't put something in it. It won't be much of a sandwich if I don't put something in
fine.
it.
Tomatoes, lettuce, ice cream. Eat. It won't be much of a sandwich if I don't put something in it.
Ah, my trusty laptop. Good thing I recharged my battery.
This is the most user-friendly laptop in the world. You only get 5 options. A game, journal, mail, portal, notes. Benjamin Hawking, cleaning supplies, wash boats, coffee break, at Kettle. Yay! Town meeting to discuss Orca at Swanson H. Nancy Drew arriving 9 a.m. Uncle Bob's birthday! She said to get unpacked, so... Beach Hill Museum, special preview, May 21st. That's a ticket for Secret of the Scarlet Hand. Mayan temples used as alien landing pads. Glyphs hold key to evidence, and look, not only are ghosts real in Nancy Drew Land, but aliens are too.
Wonder what's in here.
I don't know. Put your hand in.
You know, Nancy, for what it's worth, I shot my mouth off pretty good at the town meeting last night.
You think that could be why somebody did this to your boat?
I did get pretty obnoxious. See, the thing is, this orca, this killer whale, showed up in the channel about a week ago and has been hanging around here ever since all by itself. She was getting way too close to boats, so I called the National Marines Fisheries Service. They made some recordings and did some tests and are analyzing them. In the meantime, they ordered all boats to stay at least 300 feet away from her or risk paying a $1,000 fine. That's what the meeting last night was about.
I take it not everyone agrees?
The people that fish for a living sure don't. They're steering clear of the whale by taking the long way around the island to get out to sea, which costs them time and fuel. Some people say she should be captured and towed out to sea.
But the fishery service has the last word?
They've asked me to monitor her physical condition while they study their data and decide what to do. But personally, I agree with the no-boat zone. I also think that if she's found to be sick, she should be shipped to a research facility for treatment, not returned to her pod. I said as much last night, only much more strongly.
Do you want me to call the sheriff for you?
Actually, I'd rather not get the sheriff involved. The insurance company would raise my rates, and I just can't afford that. Besides, I've got my very own private detective now. You.
See you in a bit.
Enjoy.
It would be rude to use my phone.
Oh, wouldn't? Just use your phone. Fine.
Hello?
Hi, Frank. It's Nancy.
Hey! Joe, lock her up and then get to a phone.
What?
It's Nancy!
He's locking someone up?
Goldie, she's not a someone, she's a something.
Hey, Nancy. How's life in the Pacific Northwest?
Well, someone ransacked Katie's boat just before I arrived.
Wow, that's great.
What do you mean that's great?
It is?
No, it's not, Joe.
Yes, it is. Not for Katie, of course. I mean for Nancy. She's got a mystery to solve.
She's supposed to be on vacation?
Crime never takes a vacation, Frank.
What was that?
That was Goldie. She's this dog we found. We're waiting for her owner to come get her.
That's nice of you guys.
Well, unfortunately, there's a problem.
She's not housebroken?
She's as big as an SUV.
Fully loaded.
She's in the garage. I'm upstairs. That's how big her bark is, so you can imagine how big she is.
What kind of dog is she?
Great Dane.
Yikes! How does somebody go about losing a Great Dane?
Good question.
Enough about us. Let's hear about this case of yours, Nancy.
Someone may have vandalized Katie's boat because he or she didn't like what Katie had to say about the orphaned orca that's been hanging around in the channel.
Like who?
Actually, I haven't met anyone besides Katie yet, so I can't say.
When you talk to people, just keep two things in mind. Motive and opportunity. Two things all suspects have in common.
I think Nancy already knows that.
Yeah, I know. It's just that she's there and we're here and I'm getting real tired of that dog.
Talk to you later.
Make it soon.
And keep up the good work.
Bess! Let's call Bess.
Hello?
Hey, Bess, it's me.
Hey, how's it going? Grab the phone. It's Nancy. While George picks up, I'm gonna turn down the heat under my roo.
Under your what?
Hey, Nance. So, how's your vacation going?
Great. I got here just in time to solve a mystery.
No mysteries, Nancy. You're supposed to be relaxing. Oh, give it up, George. She can't help it. So what's the deal with this one?
Somebody came aboard Katie's boat while she was out and tore the place up.
What?
It might have something to do with this orphan killer whale that's causing a lot of controversy here.
Katie told us about the whale when we called to tell her you were on your way. Someone vandalized Katie's boat because of a whale?
There was a town meeting last night. Katie apparently got a little argumentative.
Katie does have a mouth on her, especially when the subject is marine life. Did they find any fingerprints?
Katie wouldn't let me call the sheriff.
Why not?
She said she was afraid her insurance company would raise her rates.
Well, she doesn't have much money, I can tell you that. Uh-oh. Bess, is that supposed to be smoking like that? Oh, no! Darn it!
Darn what?
My roo. It's ruined. Oh, no. She wrecked her roo. It's not funny, George. Yes, it is, Bess.
What's a roux?
A carefully heated mixture of flour and butter. I was going to use it to thicken my gumbo.
Did you say gumbo?
Rock shrimp gumbo. It was Chef Sherwood's main dish last night. She's hooked on this cooking show called Feasting for Fitness.
Let me guess. It's hosted by a guy, and he's very cute.
That happens to be true, but I watch it because I like his philosophy. Eat in moderation and eat only that which is made out of fresh ingredients and cooked with great skill, care, and judgment.
What else have you cooked?
Yesterday she cooked, or should I say ruined, crepes.
They weren't ruined. I mean, you could still eat parts of them. Anyway, I want to hear what you're doing, Nance.
I can't help but think it's a little weird that Katie didn't call the sheriff after her boat was vandalized.
You think she's trying to hide something?
I know she's your friend, George, but I just got the feeling she wasn't telling me everything.
Well, it's not like she's my best friend or anything, but what would she be hiding?
It's possible that she ransacked her own boat so she'd
Wait,
come off
what?
looking like a victim.
What did I-
to make up for her less than
Why
sympathetic
did I
behavior last
choose
night.
that?
So are you going to confront her?
I don't really have anything to confront her with.
Good, because as I recall, Katie doesn't do confrontation very well.
My gosh, George. Is there anything else Nancy should know about this so-called friend of yours?
Katie's fine. She just has a few edgy little quirks, that's all.
Great. That's probably what they said about
Lizzie
Lizzie Borden.
Borden.
How are you guys fixed for hints?
We're good.
Just say the word.
I better get going.
Me too. I gotta go braise my brisket.
Whatever.
Braise my briskets. I've got to go braise my brisket. Deception, orca. Grab. Scrape. Oh, scrape. Scrape Island. Her trusty laptop. Your father's day off. Dear Nancy, thought you'd be interested to know that your father, believe it or not, is taking a day off. He was supposed to be in court all week, but early this morning, a water main broke and flooded the basement of the courthouse. They turned off all the electricity as a safety precaution and sent everybody home. So without any appointments or trials to prepare for, he has nothing to do. Too bad you're not here. He could take you to the zoo or something, just so he stays out of my hair. Love, Hannah. Dear valued customer, last week we launched a new spam filter designed to prevent any of our clients from sending out huge volumes of unwanted email. The good news is this filter works. You are currently receiving no spam generated from within the vast metadata network. The bad news is the filter works a little too well and is currently blocking all outgoing mail. We are working on a filter that will filter the filter, and we expect to have this problem solved within 48 hours. Until then, you'll be able to receive the email as usual, although not from anyone on Megadata. We at Megadata sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Oh wow.
Just traded with one.
Hello! Thank you for the raid, I really appreciate it. How are you doing? I'm currently playing a Nancy Drew game called Danger on Deception Island. I just started it. In this game, there's an orca hanging around the channel, and someone's boat was ransacked. So that's it so far. Burglaries plague Snake Horse Harbor. A burglary occurred at the Blue Dew Outfitter shop sometime yesterday, the second burglary to be reported in Snake Horse Harbor in the past week. The sheriff's department is unable to say exactly when the burglary occurred. The only reason they called us was because one of their employees noticed that a lot of stuff that was in the storage room in the morning was gone when they were getting ready to close, says Sheriff Guy Desart. There were no broken windows, no jimmied locks, no splintered doors, nothing to indicate the place had been broken into. A similar burglary occurred earlier this week at Harbor Hardware. Like Blue Dew Outfitters, Harbor Hardware is located on Schooner Street. Orca stirs up trouble. The National Marine Fisheries Service ruled last night that any unauthorized boat that comes within 300 feet of the lone orca that has taken up residence at Snake Horse Harbor will be fined $1,000. People in the fishing industry who were at the town meeting when the announcement was made were outraged. They claimed that the orca often approaches boats on its own and that the only way to avoid accidental encounters is to make a costly detour around the island. The Fisheries Service said their ruling will remain in effect until the orca's physical condition has been thoroughly assessed. If the whale is healthy and if the pod to which it belongs can be identified, the service will attempt to rejoin it with its pod. If the whale is not healthy, it will be transported to a research facility. There are no easy solutions in cases like this, said a fisheries service spokesperson. No matter what we do, no one is ever happy. So far, efforts to identify the orca in its pod have failed. Holt Scotto runs for Harbor Master. Holt Scotto has formally announced his candidacy for the office of Harbor Master. He will oppose incumbent Nelson Metzuziak in this fall's election. Scotto has been a fisherman for 38 years and runs 3 fishing boats out of Snake Horse Harbor. This is his first bid for public office. He says that the controversy surrounding the orphan killer whale that showed up recently in the harbor spurred him into action. People are tired of politicians trying to save everything that's covered in fur, feathers, or blubber, says Scotto. Saving jobs, that's what they should be doing. I realize being harbor master is not like being senator or anything, but you've got to start somewhere. Scotto is in the process of organizing his campaign staff and plans to announce the name of the chairperson early next week. Overcast with patchy fog. Oh, whale tours. Don't just watch a whale, experience it.
Sea caves? They might be fun to explore.
Sea caves? Tourist attractions, whale watching, boating, kayaking, biking, beach walks, and more.
Cool. If I have to do research on anything, I can use this.
Sea caves result when, over the course of time, ocean waves erode coastal sea cliffs, exploiting weaknesses in the sandstone or basalt and gradually forming arches, vaulted chambers, and occasionally a honeycomb of caverns. Waves compound a vertical surface with blows averaging several hundred pounds per square inch, and wave-driven sand and rocks add to the erosion process, so it's no wonder that sea caves are found throughout the world. Erosion's effects on rock. There are large concentrations of them in Washington, Oregon, and California. At 1227 feet long, a cave on Santa Cruz Island off the coast of California is the largest known sea cave in the world. The colorful rocks, lichens, and algae which line the walls of this deep, dark cave prompted early observers to call it the Painted Cave. Most sea caves readily lend themselves to exploration by kayak. Some caves have sand floors, others are wet throughout. Still, others may be dry at certain parts of the day and flooded at others due to changing tides. Ocean swells frequently make entering and exiting caves challenging, if not downright dangerous, and wave action within some sea caves when the surf is high can be so violent that it's like being caught in a giant deadly washing machine. Because the process of erosion never ends, the threat of a cave-in is constant as well. Rock walls can give way and archways can collapse without warning. Always wear a helmet when exploring sea caves. Today I learned you need a helmet when you're exploring sea caves.
My brand new anagram buster. If I come across letters that need unscrambling, I'll be all set.
Okay. So I need to look around the boat to make sure nothing else has been damaged.
This note wasn't here before, was it?
No, whoever messed up my boat must have written it.
Stop meddling or else.
Uh-oh. Katie's GPS doesn't look so hot. I'd better tell Katie her GPS is broken.
What's up?
I'm afraid whoever tore up your boat also wrecked your GPS device.
Oh no. It'd be a shame for you not to go kayaking. I know. Bike to the Hot Kettle Cafe and see if Holt Scotto will let you borrow a GPS from him.
See you in a bit.
Enjoy.
Let's get a look at Nancy's trusty laptop. Look at that, note. Okay, they automatically... I don't like that. I like to do it myself. Go to Hot Kettle, ask Colt Scotto for a GPS. Hot Kettle.
Well, looks like Snake Horse Harbor's got itself a newcomer.
I'm visiting Katie Firestone. My name's Nancy Drew.
Well, now, why would you want to do a thing like that?
That depends on what you mean.
Well, you're not one of them save the whale and heck with everybody else crusader types like she is, are you?
I'm just here on vacation.
Her true colors came out real clear last night. Us fishermen don't count. All that matters is rescuing that poor, precious orca out there. To heck with people trying to make a living. Of course, is the way she makes her living being hurt by that whale? Why, no. Her business is booming. Now, ain't that the oddest thing?
She's back at the boat right now trying to fix her engine. Somebody vandalized it.
She ticked off a lot of people last night. That's what she gets for being so meddlesome. Anyway, welcome to Snake Horse Harbor, home of Cadborosaurus. That's how this place got its name, you know.
Who's Cadborosaurus?
Well, that's the sea monster Native Americans used to see out in the channel ever so often. Called it the snake horse. Had the head of a horse and the body of a giant snake. People on Vancouver Island started calling it Cadborosaurus after it or one of its relatives was seen a couple of times in Cadboro Bay. They call it Caddy for short.
Is it a friendly sea monster?
Back in the late 1800s, he took the rap for a lot of hoodoo around here. Fog would roll in at night, and men would just vanish. It was the snake horse, people would say. Little did they know.
Why do you think they vanished?
Well, they'd been shanghaied. See, a bunch of establishments in town had secret panels built right into the walls. Guy'd be having a drink one minute, and next minute he'd be clobbered over the head, whisked into a secret passageway, and taken out to a ship waiting in the harbor. He'd wake up on the high seas and discover that if he wanted to survive, he'd better do what the captain ordered. No matter what he was before, he was now a sailor. It was a cheap way for captains to get crews back then, and an easy way for some of the town's citizens to make money.
Did you say you were a fisherman?
4th generation. I fished every ocean for just about every fish you can make money fishing for. Lived here for the last 11 years.
How often do you go fishing?
Every day. Only reason I'm not out there right now is because I've been in and out of campaign meetings since 8 this morning.
You're running for office?
I think it's high time people around here started doing what makes sense, instead of doing what's politically correct.
He's a Republican,
all the time.
huh?
Harbor master we got now bends over backwards so far for the environmentalists, it's a wonder he can still walk upright.
So he is a Republican, is what he's saying. Ew! Get away from them, Nancy! They ruined the world!
Whoever trashed Katie's boat also ruined her GPS.
Oh, now that's a
You
shame.
can tell he's a Republican, too, because of his lack of care for others and compassion.
She seemed to think you'd let me borrow one of yours.
I'll let you borrow one, sure. I got a spare right here in my duffel. You know what else I got in my duffel?
I have no idea.
This is a little seamanship quiz I whipped up. I'm thinking about making people pass it before they're allowed to rent any kind of watercraft once I become harbor master. Here. The idea is to cut down on having to rescue people who got no business being out on the water in the first place. Trouble is, nobody's actually taken it yet. I need a guinea pig.
You mean, if I take the quiz, you'll let me borrow the GPS?
If you pass the quiz, the GPS is yours. You'll need that container for the last question.
See you around.
Yo ho ho.
What can I get for you, Nancy?
Since we haven't met, there's only one way
You
you
were
could know my
eavesdropping.
name.
On the day my Aunt Iris turned this place over to me, she said, Jenna, you're about to become a real good listener. And darned if she wasn't right.
So you own this cafe?
Aunt Iris left it to me 3 years ago. It's been in the Dublin family since the day it was built, which was back in like 1866 or something. So, you're visiting Katie Firestone. My condolences.
Your condolences?
Me and her don't see eye to eye on a couple of things.
You mean like the whale?
That orca out there should be rejoined with her pod as soon as possible. Period. End of story. No matter what Miss Fancy Schmancy's science degree says. Other people may be bamboozled by all her talk of data charts and field tests and monitoring whatnots, but not me. The only thing she wants is to get that whale into an aquarium. It wouldn't surprise me if Katie's been secretly feeding it, which is against the law, by the way. And you know what else? It wouldn't surprise me if she trashed her own boat, because she knew that after that meeting last night, everybody would assume that Holt did it and not want to vote for him.
I got an idea. Let's change the subject.
What do you know about the Shanghaiing that used to go on around here?
It never went on, that's what I know. Shoving grown men into passageways and carting them off to ships never to be seen again? It's just a big, colorful, tall tale. Never happened.
It's been fun talking to you.
Back at ya.
Is there anyone else in here? Hey Jenna, it was good to visit you last month. Boy, do I miss that clam chowder. Oh, and you too. Love Kim. P.S. Can you send me the recipe? From Jenna Devlin.
Book on sea monsters. Very cool.
No sooner did humans take to the lakes and coastal waters of North America in boats than they began to tell of frightening encounters with strange, water-dwelling creatures. Native Americans sometimes left visual records of what they saw in the form of petroglyphs. European settlers would hear their tales and disregard them as legends and superstitions. But it wasn't long before they too began to see things that were so fantastic in size and appearance that there was only one term for them: sea monsters. North America is not only surrounded by water, but it contains tens of thousands of lakes. People have been seeing monsters in some of its larger lakes for hundreds of years. Among the most notable lake monsters are Champ, the creature said to inhabit Lake Champlain, the 110-mile-long lake which borders New York and Vermont. Bessie is said to frequent the western waters of Lake Erie, one of the Great Lakes, while Ogopogo allegedly cruises Okanagan Lake, a body of water about 8 miles long in southern British Columbia. Residents of the Pacific Northwest who live near or spend time on the water occasionally report seeing Caddy, short for Cadborosaurus. This monster prefers the sea and has been spotted at various times along the coasts of Oregon and Washington, and around Vancouver Island and the Queen Charlotte Islands off the coast of British Columbia. What's immediately striking about the descriptions of this fearsome foursome is how similar they are. All are described as having long necks and heads that resemble that of a horse or camel. They are said to be snake-like, with bodies 1 to 2 feet in diameter and anywhere from 12 to 80 feet long, sometimes moving through the water in straight log-like fashion, and other times moving as a series of undulating humps. They are dark-colored, usually green, brown, or black. Some witnesses report seeing flippers and tails that are fluked and horizontal as opposed to vertical like most fish. Though they are occasionally blamed for boating and swimming mishaps, these creatures have been seen eating fish, seals, and seabirds, but never people. Some cryptozoologists, people who study animals whose existence has been described in anecdotes and folklore but never scientifically verified, theorize that Caddy, Champ, Bessie, and Ogopogo are throwbacks to prehistoric times and are a type of plesiosaur that lives and breathes in underwater crevices and caves. Others say they are most likely to be descendants of Basilosaurus, a serpent-like primitive whale that was 45 to 70 feet long. Debunkers say that what witnesses claim to have seen were nothing more than strange wave formations, or bobbing logs, or sturgeon, truly monstrous-looking fish that spend their lives in both fresh and salt water and can grow to be more than 20 feet long. Wanted, dead or alive. None of these sea monsters has ever been captured, let alone photographed or videotaped to the satisfaction of skeptics. Occasionally, however, carcasses that fit their description wash ashore or are inadvertently hauled up in fishing nets. But more often than not, after tissue analysis are performed, these dead creatures turn out to be basking sharks. Why are the carcasses of basking sharks so often confused with those of sea serpents? When alive, a basking shark is huge, over 30 feet long. When it dies and decomposes, the massive gill structure with which it fed drops away, leaving nothing but the small upper portion of its head and its long backbone. Its dorsal fin and the lower tail fluke also slough off, and its pelvic fins become distorted as they decay, so that it soon looks like the remains of a long snake-like creature with flippers. Someday, someone will prove or disprove once and for all the existence of sea monsters in North America. With a lot of curiosity, dedication, and luck, that someone could even be you. The sun always sets in the...
No.
West.
That looks right.
What is the current fine for camming without a permanent stake towards harbor? The left side of a boat is its something side. The moon always rises in the east? Yes. What does this mean in Morse code? No, not Morse code! The North Star is part of what constellation? I don't know.
Not.
Damn. Small Dipper?
Not.
A schooner is a boat with at least two. What is the name of the knot below? What kind of knot is it? Bring me a male Dungeness crab.
What is this card thing?
Good question. Aunt Iris said it and the others like it have been on the walls in here since the place was built.
Nothing behind this one. Each flag stands for a letter of the alphabet, and so do those words. Interesting.
I need a what? A male Dungeness crab. Oh, I don't know the difference between them. Oh, this one is a little different here. In the middle. I could draw that. I still have plenty of pages in this notebook of mine. The abdomen of a female is wider than that of a male. Male crab. Abdomen. Smaller than female.
Too bad I wasn't invited. Sounds like they're having fun.
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
It's been fun talking to you.
Ain't that the truth?
Hey, stay out of there.
Sorry.
You again?
See you around.
Yeah, whatever.
Whale World. Be back shortly. Okay, they're gone. Go to the lighthouse then.
Yuck! I'm not picking them up. These would be great for rock skipping. Ollie, bye-bye. SS. Maybe this broke off
How
from
did
the
I pick
ship.
it up? Fancy. I think this one.
What do you think you're doing? Those signs over there say no trespassing, which means keep out, which means you, girly.
Girly?
Leave.
But I just...
Now.
Okay. How'd he get here? So fast. Okay, I need to go back.
What's up?
Sounds like Holt Scotto was one of the people who didn't care for what you had to say last night.
He and I never see eye to eye. Now, if I were a fisherman, I'd be right as rain no matter what nonsense came out of my mouth. Fine harbor master he'd make.
I talked to Jenna Devlin when I was at the Hot Kettle.
What nasty rumor is she spreading about me today?
Do you two not like each other or something?
She doesn't like me, that's for sure. She thinks I'm a know-it-all from the big city.
I found this piece of wood on the beach. There's something strange about it.
What do you mean? Let's see it. Ouch, those splinters are sharp. That is odd. It looks like it's been in the water a long time, but if that were the case, those edges would be dull. That looks like it broke off of something just recently.
Does anything about it look familiar to you?
No, not to me. But it might to someone else I know. Casey Porterfield. He works at the Maritime Library in Port Townsend. You should give him a call. His number's 360-555-3095. He loves checking out stuff like this.
See you in a bit.
Be careful out there.
Find Holt a Dungeness crab. I did it! Use my cell phone to call Katie's friend Casey Porterfield about driftwood. Hours are daily from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Get him out of my hair. Dear Nancy, your dad has been home for an hour and a half and he's driving me nuts. No sooner had I cleaned the kitchen that he went in there and started making himself waffles. The next thing I knew, there was flour, sugar, and some ingredient that I still can't identify all over everything. I've never seen such a mess. What's more, he forgot to spray the waffle iron with oil and burned the first waffle so bad that the smoke alarm went off. He wound up making pancakes instead. He burned those too, but he ate them anyway. Now he's out jogging. He would have stayed out for a long, long time. Love, Hannah.
Maritime Library, this is Casey.
Hi, my name is Nancy Drew. Katie Firestone suggested I give you a call.
Katie who?
Katie Firestone?
Never heard of her.
Oh.
I know a marine biologist named Katie Firestone.
Yes, that's her. I'm staying with her here in Snake Horse Harbor.
Oh, well then what can I do for you?
She said you might be able to help me identify the ship that this piece of plywood I found on the beach came from.
How do you know it came from a ship?
Because it says SS on it. The rest of the name is missing.
Doesn't mean anything. Now if it said SS, which stands for steamship, that'd be different.
Actually, that is what it says.
Oh, well then it came from a ship. Or should I say, shipwreck. What kind of wood is it?
I don't know. Old?
Sorry, for a second there, I thought you said old.
Actually, that is what I said.
You're about as much use as a beanie in a hurricane. Look, if you want me to tell you what shipwreck that wood came from, you're gonna have to tell me what kind of wood it is.
But I have no idea.
Well, you just get yourself a book on wood and figure it out. Maybe Katie has one. Soon as you do, call me back. I love checking out stuff like this.
Okay.
Hardy Res, Joe speaking.
Hey, Joe, it's me.
Hi, Nancy. What's going on?
I could sure use some hints when it comes to that seamanship quiz.
You might try searching around on that laptop of yours.
To find a live male crab, though, I'm pretty sure you'll have better luck elsewhere.
As for question number 2, you're gonna have to go see the world.
I could sure use a hint when it comes to finding a book on wood identification.
You could probably pick one up at Katie's, don't you think, Frank?
Joe, sometimes your wisdom floors me.
Talk to you later.
Be careful.
And have fun.
Okay, let's talk to Beth.
Hello?
Hi, Bess. Can you talk?
Hey, Nancy, of course I can talk.
I think she just wanted to make sure nothing on the stove was in danger of igniting.
Everything's safely on simmer. What's up?
Jenna Devlin went ballistic when I brought up the subject of Katie and the whale.
What's her problem?
She's convinced that Katie just wants to study the whale, not really help it.
Sounds like a candidate for your suspect list to me.
Holt Scotto caught me poking around the lighthouse and freaked. He all but chased me away with a stick.
Why should he care if you poke around the lighthouse?
Good question. The obvious answer is that he's hiding something.
One should always be suspicious of a suspect.
Right.
I could sure use some hints when it comes to that seamanship quiz.
Check out the URLs in the search engine on the Deception Island portal page on your laptop. I bet you'll find everything you need there.
Except for a live male crab, of course. Head to the beach by the lighthouse for that one. And for question number 2, go see the world.
Whale world, that is.
I could sure use a hint when it comes to finding a book on wood identification.
Maybe Katie has one. Have you looked around her boat?
You might have to do a little tidying up first.
I better get going.
Me too. I gotta go braise my brisket.
Whatever.
I discovered that the faucet doesn't work. It'd be great if you could fix it. The pipes are in the cabinet under the sink.
At least the person who messed up the faucet left all the pipes here. I hope.
Right-click pipe pieces to rotate.
That doesn't go there. That doesn't go there.
What the heck? None of them work.
That doesn't go there. That doesn't go there. That doesn't go there. That doesn't go there. That doesn't go there.
The heck?
That doesn't go there. 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 That doesn't go there.
What the hell?
That doesn't go there. That doesn't go there. That doesn't go there.
I looked it up. Am I the only one in the world who's having trouble with this? Oh!
That looks right.
Okay.
That doesn't go there. That looks right.
This is the strangest mess
That
of
doesn't
types
go
I've
there.
ever seen in my life.
That doesn't go there. That doesn't go there. That looks right. That doesn't go there. That looks right. That looks right. That looks right.
The pipe's all fixed. I'll turn the water back on.
There was something under the pipes.
Whale world. I need to find this book.
Looks like whatever's in here is starting to defrost.
Where is this book?
Piece of paper inside. Maybe it's a message.
That's odd.
Rosebud. That is odd.
What's up?
Who's Andy Jason?
Andy does whale watching tours too. If I had $1 for every time he's come here trying to talk me into selling out to him, I wouldn't be fixing this engine. I'd be buying a new one.
See you in a bit.
Be careful out there.
Oh, there are books.
Apparently our saboteur took all the books out of the drawer up here. Must have been looking for something. Want me to put them away?
If you could put them back in the drawer for me, that would be awesome.
Oh my god, is this another puzzle?
Okay, what's the best way to get all these in here with no space left over?
Why no space left over, Nancy? Just put them in here. Damn it. I almost had it too. I mean, that's not correct either. Got it! Arboreal morphology. Intended audience.
Complex morphological issues? Microscopic tracheid analysis? Microtome surfacing?
Scientists and researchers versant in fundamental botanical conventions who are interested in understanding more complex morphological issues of higher order, vascular perennial vegetation will find this book to be an indispensable reference. A variety of topics will be covered, such as metabolic functionality of parenchyma cells, extractive inductance, microscopic tracheid analyses, including dentate ray and narrow ray forms, as well as epithelial growth patterns. Advanced techniques in microtome surfacing and macrophotography will also be addressed.
Oh, I don't know if this book is for me, but maybe if I give Dr. Predolicio a call, she can help me out.
No. Wasn't done yet. I need another book. Okay, that's the only book that I can look at. Know thyself.
One slice of wood. I should finish this before I go looking at the slides in there. I should finish this before I go looking at the slides in there. One slice of wood. One glass slide. There. This is gonna look so cool under the microscope. Let's have a look. Too cool.
Too cool.
This is Dr. Predovicu.
Hi, my name is Nancy Drew, and I'd like some help identifying this piece of wood I found.
I'd be happy to assist. Do you have our mailing address?
Well, that's the problem. I don't have time to send it to you. Would it be possible to identify it over the phone?
Certainly. Just hold it up to the phone for a couple of seconds and I'll take a reading. I'm kidding, of course. I usually don't do this over the phone, but I'll give it a try. You will, however, need to take a look at your sample under a microscope.
I already did that.
And are you near the sample in case you need to refer back to it?
Yep, I'm right by it.
All right, we'll get started. Where did you find this wood?
It's a piece of driftwood, probably used for a crate.
Is the wood sample black, brown, or yellow?
Brownish.
Brown or brown reddish?
Brown reddish.
Does the sample have many holes, just a couple, or none at all?
Many.
And are there some holes that are big and some that are small, or are they all the same size?
Let me check.
Same size.
And are there some holes that are big and some that are small, or are they all the same size?
They're all the same size.
Okay. And the holes are really, really tiny, right?
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, I can't ID the sample because that description accounts for a lot of different woods. Beech, sycamore, alder, maple, you name it. Please check your sample again. Goodbye.
Damn, I did it wrong. So they're not small, even though they're under the microscope and I can see them. So there's probably microscopic.
Wood Labs, Irina speaking.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew again. Do you think you could take another stab at identifying that wood sample for me?
I'm sorry, but my policy is to limit free wood sample identifications to one per person.
Could you please make an exception in my case? It's kind of an emergency.
I'll tell you what. I'm doing a study on the side that focuses on problem solving. I'm collecting data by having people solve the puzzle that's on my website. If and when you solve it, I'll give you another free wood ID. Go to www.predovicu.lab/consult.htm. Good luck.
Okay. I wouldn't say this is an emergency, Nancy. It's a little... That's a little, cool.
Too cool. Too cool.
Believe it or not, wood is not my only interest in life. I'm also fascinated by the mechanics of problem solving. One of my hobbies is studying the way people tackle mental challenges. By solving the puzzle below, you'll be providing me with data that will keep me busy, happily so, for weeks. It will also entitle you to a free wood identification consultation. Thank you and have fun!
This is Irina.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew. Could you try to identify that wood sample for me again?
Is the wood sample black, brown, or yellow?
Brownish.
Brown or brown reddish?
Brown reddish.
Does the sample have many holes, just a couple, or none at all?
Many.
And are there some holes that are big and some that are small, or are they all the same size?
They're all the same size.
Okay. And the holes are really, really tiny, right?
No, they're pretty sizable.
Then you've got a tropical hardwood. I was assuming the sample was a North American wood. All right. Are there any distinguishable horizontal lines on the sample?
Let me check.
Yes.
Then you've got a tropical hardwood. I was assuming the sample was a North American wood. All right. Are there any distinguishable horizontal lines on the sample?
Yes, there are horizontal lines.
If this wood is used for crating, then it's probably Luan. It's fairly common in plywood, but it's a rainforest timber, so it's declining in popularity.
Luan, all right. Thanks for your help.
Glad to have been of service.
Okay, who else do I call? Casey Porterfield.
Maritime Library, this is Casey.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew. I called before. About the driftwood?
Never heard of you. Now, if you'd have said Nancy Drew...
Yes, that's me, Nancy Drew, Katie Firestone's friend.
So what kind of wood are we talking about here, Nancy?
Luan.
Well, if that driftwood did come from a cargo container that's part of a shipwreck, there's a good chance I can figure out which one. Call me back in an hour or so.
You can identify a ship by what its cargo containers are made out of?
Ever since the hobo spider got into the U.S. by laying eggs in the wood crating of ships coming from Europe, the feds have made sure that cargo ships keep real careful records. Of course, I'll be taking things like tides, currents, weather conditions, proximity to Snake Horse Harbor. I'll be taking all those factors into consideration, too.
I really appreciate your doing this for me, Casey.
And well, you should.
What's up?
See you in a bit.
Have fun.
Now I've got to look up the answers to that quiz that I got. Samuel Morse invented the telegraph, the first device to send messages by electricity, in 1837. Out of necessity, he also developed the universal code in which combinations of dots and dashes represent letters and numbers so that everyone can use his invention. This code is now referred to as the International Morse Code. The most famous word in Morse code is no doubt the distress signal, SOS. A dash is equal to 3 times the length of a dot. Below is the Morse code alphabet. Dot, 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 dash. V. Dash, dash, dash. O. Dash. E. Dot. E. Vote. Dot, 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 dash. That's 4 dots, 1 dash. Four dots. H. 3 dashes. O. Dot, dash, dot, dot. L. Dash. Vote for Holt.
Correct.
Humans invented rope by twisting or braiding strands of yarn together, but they could not have used rope to build shelters, make weapons, or set the sails, or sail the seas if they did not have a way of tying off a rope, tying ropes together, or tying ropes to or around objects. In other words, without knots, rope would be useless. Most knots used today fall into 4 basic categories: stoppers, bends, hitches, and binding. Here are some samples of each. Stoppers. Crown knot keeps a 3-strand rope from fraying. Figure 8 knot, used frequently by sailors to keep a rope from slipping through a hole. Bends. Deep bends, commonly used in sailing to join 2 ropes. 3 knots in the middle. Fisherman's knot. Fishermen often use this to tie ropes together.
Nope.
Okay. Wasn't that one. Hitches. Fisherman's bends, commonly used to secure a rope to an anchor or buoy. Deep shank, used to shorten a rope. Binding. Square knot, used to tie up packages or bundles. Granny knot, incorrectly tied square knot. Turquoise turtle, used for shoelaces because it rarely comes undone.
Nope. That should do it. Perfect.
New to boating? Desperate to learn sailorese? Below are some commonly used nautical terms and their meanings. Read it and show that guy from the yacht club that you too know what a foxip is. Old Guido himself. Left side of the boat. Front of the boat is the bow. Left side. Port.
Good.
Schooner. Sailboat types. A boat with 2 or more masts.
Very good.
What is the current fine for clamming without a permit in Snake Horse Harbor? For thousands of years, explorers all over the globe have traveled great distances with only the sun, moon, and stars to guide them. The Vikings traveled from Norway to Greenland and back hundreds of years before the magnetic compass was invented in the 12th century. How did they do it? In the northern hemisphere, ancient navigators took advantage of the fact that Polaris, the North Star, is directly overhead at the North Pole. At the equator, Polaris sits on the horizon at 0 degrees latitude. By doing something as simple as holding an arrow at arm's length, sighting the horizon and the North Star at the same time, and noting the angle of the North Star relative to the horizon, it was possible to gauge one's latitude. Navigators would, when leaving port, determine their latitude by noting the position of the North Star. After sailing the open seas, they would find their way home by noting the angle of Polaris, and hence the latitude. They then sail either north or south depending on whether the latitude was greater than or less than that of their home port. Navigational tools throughout history: astrolabe, octant, sextant. When they reached the latitudes of their home ports, they then sailed either west or east. As long as they maintain their latitude, they return home safely. How did they find the North Star?
Am I smart or what?
It wasn't Small Dipper, it was Little Dipper. My bad. Polaris can be found at the end of the handle of the Little Dipper, also known as Ursa Minor or Little Bear. Ancient navigators in the northern hemisphere would draw an imaginary line between the two stars on the right side of the Dipper part of the Big Dipper, and follow this line about 5 times the distance between the two pointed stars to the North Star. Contrary to popular expectations, the North Star is not particularly bright. The fact that the sun and moon always rise in the east instead in the west also helped navigators discern in which direction they were moving. The more detailed the additional information they had, what day of the year it was, what time of day it was, how far the sun rose in the sky before it began setting, the more accurate their estimate of their position. Camming without a permit.
Huh. 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 Huh.
Hardy Res, Joe speaking.
Hey, Joe, it's me.
Hi, Nancy. What's going on?
I have a hunch a piece of driftwood I found somehow ties into whatever's going on around here. It came from a ship called the SS something.
That narrows it down.
I'm assuming the ship is now a shipwreck. I'm trying to find out its full name, and I become a bit of a wood detective in the process.
What does a shipwreck have to do with a vandalized boat or an orphaned whale?
Like Joe always says, leave no stone or suspicious piece of wood unturned.
Absolutely.
Talk to you later.
Be careful.
And have fun.
Hello?
Hi, Bess.
Hey, Nancy, what's going on?
You're gonna love this, Bess. I found a message in a bottle.
Oh, that is so romantic. What did it say?
Well, that's the part you're not gonna love. The message was nothing but a string of numbers and the word rosebud.
That's not very romantic. Well, maybe the rosebud part is.
Well, it must mean something to somebody. Just keep your eyes open and keep asking questions, Nan. You'll figure it out.
I better get going.
Me too. I gotta go braise my brisket.
Whatever.
Perfect! I have to bring him a male Dungeness crab?
Well, they're the only ones you can legally bring.
You again?
You were right to yell at me up there at the lighthouse.
So what do you want?
I finished that seamanship quiz.
Let's have a look. Right as rain. Just bring me that male crab and you'll be home free.
I've got a male crab, I think.
Let's have a look. Well, you had a 50-50
Damn it.
chance of getting it right, and you got it wrong. Put that one back and try again. It's illegal to catch female crabs, by the way, so get it right next time, or I may just turn you in.
See you around.
Yeah, whatever.
Why would you have a quiz where you...
Hi, Nancy.
either
How's it going?
You have a 50-50 chance of doing something illegal in order to finish it. That doesn't sound right.
Does Andy Jason ever come in here?
Everybody comes in here. Know how some people can't go a day without coffee? People around here can't go a day without a bowl of my clam chowder. In fact, if you ever want a free sample, just say the word.
Is Andy Jason in here now, by any chance?
Actually, he only comes in once or twice a week. Says he's too busy. Of course, the reason he's so busy is because he's too cheap to hire another person to help him run the place. Kinda surprised me when I heard he was trying to buy Katie Firestone out. Must have something up his sleeves, all I can figure.
Think I could try a bowl of your clam chowder?
Coming right up. Next one will be on the house, too.
That was delicious.
Here, let me get rid of that for you.
It's been fun talking to you.
Yeah, hasn't it, though?
Be sure to write, you hear? I already have some rocks.
Okay, I'm going the wrong way. Over here. Going back to the Hot Kettle Cafe, hopefully with a male Dungeness crab.
You again?
I've got a male crab, I think.
Let's have a look. Wrong again. Remember what I said about me maybe turning you in if you messed up again? Well, you can forget the maybe part.
You're being booked into jail?
The crab I caught for Holt turned out to be a female. Catching female Dungeness crabs is illegal.
I can't believe Holt had you arrested.
I did it twice. He was pretty ticked.
Wow, I've never been in the slammer. Hey, let me know what kind of food they serve, okay?
Sure.
Second chance. Okay. Putting this crab back.
Remember, eyes open, mouth shut.
What does that mean? Okay, this might be the male this time.
You again?
I've got a male crab, I think.
Let's have a look. Right as rain. Congratulations. Here's your GPS. Just turn around and follow the instructions. I'll take care of the crab for you.
Great, thank you. See you around.
Yeah, whatever.
Go to Whale World. Let's see if they're open yet. Looks like they are.
Hi there. Welcome. What can I do you for?
My name's Nancy Drew. I'm visiting Katie Firestone.
Nice to meet you, Nancy. Any friend of Katie's is a friend of mine.
Even though she keeps refusing to sell out to you?
I must admit, that is a little frustrating.
You've got quite a setup here.
It's my mission to see that everyone who comes to Snake Horse Harbor leaves with a greater appreciation for marine mammals. And if I make a buck in the process, that's cool too.
Why do you want to buy Katie out? She can't be taking that many customers away from you.
I don't like her taking any customers away from me. And frankly, with this whale doing its orphan thing out there, I'm losing a lot of customers to her.
Isn't the whale just as good for your business as it is for hers?
Katie convinced the fisheries service that she should be allowed to monitor the orca's condition, which means she can get right up next to the whale while my boat has to stay away.
What do you think should be done with the orca out there?
Nothing. I think people should just leave it alone. I mean, why do we humans always think we know best? We can barely deal with ourselves, let alone a whole other species.
Someone ransacked Katie's boat while she was in town this morning. Made a real mess.
Wonder if it's related to those burglaries.
This actually looked more like vandalism.
Maybe Katie came back before the thief could get around to stealing anything.
What kind of stuff was stolen in those other burglaries?
Food, tools, clothing, electronics. There was no sign of forced entry, no trace of who did it. Sheriff's still scratching his head.
Whoever ransacked Katie's boat tore a bunch of parts out of her engine. It's like they wanted to make sure she couldn't go anywhere for a while.
That's too bad.
Do you have any idea who would have done something like that?
Jenna Devlin. Runs the Hot Kettle Cafe. She was seething at the meeting last night. She doesn't think Katie should be allowed anywhere near that whale.
Has she ever done anything violent like that before?
I was in the kettle once when this guy tried to sneak out without paying. Jenna was so mad and grabbed him so hard that he was the one who yelled for help.
Thanks for your time.
Drop by again.
Wonderful world of whales. Whales, dolphins, and porpoises belong to the scientific order of Cetacea. Cetacea. They are mammals, that is, they are warm-blooded and nurse their young, and though they spend their entire lives in water, they have lungs, not gills, and are not fish. All cetaceans have streamlined bodies, paddle-shaped front limbs, vestigial hind limbs, which cannot be seen because they are inside the body wall, a horizontal tail, a single or double blowhole on the top of the head, no sweat glands, and a thick subcutaneous blubber layer for insulation. Among the cetaceans commonly found in the waters of the Pacific Northwest are the Dawes porpoise, the humpback, gray and minke whales, and the orca whale. Notice how wrinkly all the brains are? The more folded wrinkles, the larger the surface area of the brain, and presumably the greater the capacity for thought. Notice too that an orca's brain is almost 4 times the size of a human's. Orca whale is among the largest predators of mammals in existence. It is actually a type of dolphin, but because of its size, it is referred to as a whale. It got its name from whalers who called it whale killer, after seeing them kill and eat other whales. The two words eventually got twisted around to killer whale. Orcas live in social groups called pods. Pods vary in size from 5 to 30. Females dominate the pod, and maternal groups form subpods within the pod, with mothers, daughters, sisters, and cousins traveling together. Members of a pod use the same vocalization system or dialect to communicate. These dialects are so distinctive that scientists can often use them to identify the pod to which an individual orca belongs. In contrast, baleen whales tend to be found singly or in loose-formed groups. To keep keep track of individual orcas, scientists record the nicks and scars on their dorsal fins, as well as the size and shape of the gray saddle patches just behind them. Also, adult males have tall, up to 6 feet triangular-shaped fins, while those of females are about 3 feet tall and curved. Scientists can often quickly tell to which pod an orca belongs, how old it is, and who its mother is just by looking at its dorsal fin. Gray whale is a baleen whale with dark skin covered with gray patches and white mottling. About 45 feet long and weighing from 30 to 40 tons, it has no dorsal fin. It feeds on tiny crustaceans and tube worms found on the ocean floor. It makes one of the largest migrations of all the whales. The gray whale gets its name from the blotchy color present on its skin. This pattern is somewhat present at birth, but most of it is caused by barnacles that grow on its skin. Areas on the skin where barnacles have been will become depigmented and turn a dull gray color. Humpback whale averages about 43 feet in length and can weigh from 25 to 35 tons. And its very large flippers, megaptera means huge wings, but a very small dorsal fin. Like all baleen whales, it has 2 blowholes. When it exhales after a dive, its spray can rise 10 to 13 feet. When diving, it humps its back distinctively. What does the common name humpback refer to? The small fatty dorsal fin near the back of the whale gives the appearance of a small hump. This hump is further exaggerated when the whale dives, as its tail bends at a sharp angle. For these reasons, whalers call it the humpback. A whale has a larynx but no vocal cords, yet can produce a variety of sounds from moans and grunts to chirps and whistles. Scientists aren't sure how whales make sounds, but they believe whales do so in order to communicate with other whales. The humpback whale is famous for its songs, or repeating units of sounds, some of which go on for more than 30 minutes. Whales have an acute sense of hearing, but while baleen whales have tiny external ear openings, toothed whales do not. Scientists believe that toothed whales hear or receive sound waves primarily through their lower jaws. Like bats, toothed whales are able to locate and identify objects by creating and projecting high-frequency sound waves and listening to their echoes in a process called echolocation. Identical in principle to the sonar the submarines use, this biosonar allows toothed whales to likewise determine the size, shape, speed, and distance of underwater objects. Baleen whales, however, apparently lack this ability.
Looks like I need a keycard to play. Looks like I need a keycard to play.
Cetaceans that belong to the suborder Odontoceti have teeth. Among them are Dow's porpoises, which feed on squid, crustaceans, and a variety of schooling fish, and killer whales, which are at the top of the food chain. They consume fish, squid, otters, birds, sea turtles, penguins, and other cetaceans. The suborder Mysticeti includes the gray minke and humpback whales. These cetaceans have baleen plates instead of teeth, and though they are bigger than Odontoceti, what they eat is contrastingly tiny, krill, plankton, and small fish such as sardines and anchovies. Neither toothed whales nor baleen whales seem to have a sense of smell. Thankfully, whales don't seem to be the least bit interested in making humans part of their diet. Rather than using their teeth to chew, Odontoceti use them to grab and crush their prey before swallowing it. The Dow's porpoise has spade-shaped teeth, while the orca teeth are conical and pointed. The orca uses its teeth to bite chunks out of larger prey, but can swallow smaller prey like seals and walruses whole. Mysticeti feed by locating large concentrations of krill, plankton, or fish, filling their mouths with huge amounts of water, then squeezing the water out of their mouths through the bristles of the baleen plates that line their jaws. This filters out the water and leaves their prey, which they then swallow. Most Mysticeti have grooves under their fins, which allow their throats to greatly expand when feeding.
Wow, that's a beauty. Interesting.
Hi, Nancy.
I'd like to play the games in your center, but it looks like I need some kind of key card.
Here you go. This will activate all the games. It will also keep track of what games you've won, and it'll let you play all the games as many times as you want.
That boat in a bottle you have is fascinating.
It was made by one of the first non-Native Americans to settle here, a guy named Benjamin Hawkins. I bought it from this lady who kinda went bonkers after her husband died.
Was Benjamin Hawkins a sailor?
This historian who was in here once said he was pretty sure that was a model of a pirate ship. So now I tell people Hawkins was a pirate, but like most of the settlers around here, he was probably just a farmer.
Thanks for your time.
Drop by again.
I see that the ad break has started. So I'll wait until the ad break is over. Okay, ad break ended.
Throughout the center, you've been able to hear the sounds different cetaceans make. To see just how good your memory is, press a button, listen to the sound that plays, then press the button of the cetacean that made the sound. If you've made a correct match, the button lights will stay on. When all the buttons are lit, you've matched them all.
That goes on for a while.
Nope.
Oh my god. Okay, I'll be right back.
I'll do better next time.
Damn, that music is loud as hell. humpback. This is the purpose. Minke whale is the smallest baleen whale, averaging 25 to 30 feet in length and weighing about 6 to 7.5 tons. It has a narrow, sharply pointed snout and a sickle-shaped dorsal fin. Because it starts to exhale before it reaches the surface, its spout is relatively low, rising only about 6 feet in the air. Hello, Cooper. How are you doing today? I'm currently in the middle of Danger on Deception Island. I finished last stream to Blue Moon Canyon about an hour ago. The minke whale is a sleek, torpedo-shaped whale, capable of swimming at high speeds. The common name minke is a reference to a Norwegian whaler, Menke, who thought the minke whales he saw were actually his much larger cousins, blue whales.
Throughout the center, you...
That's gray. Those go on for too long. That's humpback. That one is minke. That one's killer. And that's Dal's porpoise. Feeding frenzy, never a Dal moment. Swim to freedom. The whales are hungry. When they surface, give them a fish. The more you feed them in the time provided, the higher your score. Score 15 plus to win.
Yum! 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 Score 25. Because a whale is a mammal, it cannot breathe underwater through gills like a fish. Just like you, it must hold its breath. The bigger the whale, the bigger its lungs, and the longer it can stay underwater. Orcas can stay underwater for up to 10 minutes at a time, while humpbacks can stay underwater for 30 minutes. Most whales make shorter dives lasting anywhere from 1 to 15 minutes. Because whales usually dive in order to feed, how deep a whale dives depends on what it's hunting. All whales can dive to a depth of several hundred feet. The deepest recorded dive by an orca was 900 feet. Humpbacks regularly dive to 485 feet, while greys can dive up to 390 feet. Killer whales are they dive the deepest, despite their size compared to the others.
From flippers to Free Willy, the entertainment media are full of examples of how intelligent cetaceans are. The military has been using whales and dolphins for decades, exploiting their natural ability to locate and retrieve objects deep in the water. They communicate with each other and obviously respond to human commands. The frontal lobes of their brains, where thinking takes place, are much larger than those of humans. This suggests to some scientists that some cetaceans may be even more intelligent than humans. Dolly the Dow's purpose must do certain things to survive, like eat, breathe, and avoid her enemies. Use your keyboard arrows to make sure she eats, doesn't run out of air, and avoids the dangers forever lurking in the ocean. When does the game end? Congratulations, I won! Oh, well, anyway. And now I need to do swim to freedom. Oh no! A pod of whales is trapped in the inlet! Use this quiz to help them swim to open water. Each correct answer moves them closer to freedom, but get 3 wrong and you'll have to start over. Wrong. The diet of baleen whales consists mostly of small fish and plankton. The throats of the baleen whales commonly seen around Deception Island are always scarred? An example of a baleen whale is all of the above. Toothed whales do not possess all of the above? Individual orcas are often identified with the markings on their dorsal fins. A baleen whale consumes food by creating great mouthfuls of water and fish. Orcas travel in pods. I did it!
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
It's been fun talking to you.
Later, Gator. Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
You know, your clam chowder really is awesome.
Say no more. Next one will be on the house, too.
That was delicious.
Here, let me get rid of that for you.
It's been fun talking to you.
Back at ya.
You again?
See you around.
Vote for Holt. Spread the word.
Vote for Holt. Spread the word. Oh, shoot.
Looks like somebody's running for harbor master.
What's up?
I saw a boat in a bottle at Andy Jason's place. He said it was made by a guy named Benjamin Hawkins.
As a matter of fact, I've done some research on Hawkins. He settled here in the mid-1800s, lived in a cabin where the lighthouse is now.
Why are you doing research on him?
Some of the things I heard about him got my curiosity going. For instance, he apparently had a major feud going with some sea captain. Hawkins would see the guy sail on the horizon, grab his family and all his valuables, and go into hiding for days.
What was the feud about?
Nobody knew. Rumor had it that the sea captain was an ex-pirate, which might explain why Hawkins hid. But where he hid is still a mystery.
See you in a bit.
Have fun.
It is very strange. Peculiar. Oh, whoops. There was a... Another message in a bottle. W123 Rosebud. I'm trying to go to the sea caves, but I don't know where they are.
Have a complete set of coordinates to enter yet.
I don't? 08.615 is in a set of coordinates? Evidently not.
What's up?
See you in a bit.
Have fun.
Maritime Library, this is Casey.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew. Any luck finding what shipwreck that piece of driftwood came from?
Sorry, can't talk now. I'm waiting for a real important call from Nancy Drew.
Casey, that's me. I'm Nancy Drew.
Oh, then I got some good news.
You know the name of the shipwreck?
The SS Whitechapel Dawn sank 5 years ago right there in the channel outside Snakehorse Harbor, about a mile and a half due northwest of the lighthouse.
Really?
I hear that channel up there's been pretty busy, what with that orphaned whale messing things up for the fishermen and all. Anyway, everything fits except one thing.
Uh-oh.
The Whitechapel Dawn went down in deep water. Real deep water. Too deep for currents to be carrying debris up from it, just not possible.
Could a recent storm have churned things up down there?
I've been doing this type of research for 20 years, young lady. When I say something's not possible, it's not possible.
Yet somehow a piece of wood from it washed ashore. Was there anything unusual about that ship?
It was just a regular old freighter bound for San Francisco from Vancouver, British Columbia. Nothing unusual about it if you don't count the rumors.
What rumors?
About the smuggling.
Please, tell me everything.
Nothing to tell. After it sank, some crew members said there was something unusual about the cargo it had been carrying. That's all. No specifics, just rumors.
How many people went down with the ship?
0. Everybody managed to survive. Official cause was foul weather. But whenever a boat goes down in those parts, they always unofficially blame it on... Oh, what do they call that sea serpent up there?
Caddy?
No, thanks. Caddy! That's what they call it! Caddy! Anyway, this has been fun, young lady, but I need to get back to work. By the way, I just got done emailing you something.
What?
I said, I just got done emailing you something.
Great, thanks. Well, goodbye, Casey.
Goodbye, Caddy.
I certainly hope he doesn't operate heavy machinery.
Yeah. He's a bit strange, that dude.
Party Res, Joe speaking.
Hey, Joe, it's me.
Hi, Nancy. What's going on?
I get the feeling that even though Katie lives and works in Snake Horse Harbor, she's still pretty much an outsider.
Why do you say that?
Because, frankly, nobody around here seems to like her very much.
Like who?
Like Jenna Devlin, the woman who owns the Hot Kettle Cafe.
Why do you think she doesn't like her?
Katie's well-educated and has been all over the world, while I'm pretty sure that Jenna isn't and hasn't.
The old green-eyed monster. Jealousy breeds contempt, you know.
Familiarity breeds contempt, Joe.
So does jealousy. Trust me.
Andy Jason has a boat in a bottle that Katie says was made by a settler in the mid-1800s who would periodically and mysteriously disappear.
Mysteriously?
Whenever this ex-pirate would show up, Benjamin Hawkins, that was the settler's name, he'd vanish for days at a time. Nobody knows where he and his family hid.
I know how he did it.
How he did what?
I know how he got the boat in the bottle.
How?
Can't tell you. Been sworn to secrecy. But I can tell you this. It does not involve any kind of shrinking machine.
To get around on the water in Katie's kayak, I've been using a GPS.
A global positioning system? Cool!
If you have the coordinates for a specific place, you just enter them and it shows up on the display screen, right?
I think so. I haven't had to do that yet.
A GPS would make a great gift, don't you think, Nancy? For, like, say a big brother to give his little brother for, like, say his upcoming birthday?
That probably depends on the big brother.
And on what the little brother has done for him lately.
Always a catch.
Apparently, Snake Horse Harbor has its very own sea monster.
You're kidding me.
Cadborosaurus. His or her nickname is Caddy.
Why don't we his or herring a quote-unquote sea monster? It doesn't have a gender.
Like a very long fat snake with flippers, a head shaped like a horse's, and a back that humps when it swims.
That pretty much describes everyone you've ever dated, doesn't it, Frank?
It's probably a descendant of a prehistoric reptile called Plesiosaurus.
You don't really think there's a sea monster out there, do you?
Somebody saw something or we wouldn't be having this conversation. Oh, and Joe, that thing about me giving you a GPS for your birthday? Not gonna happen.
Me and my big mouth.
Talk to you later.
Make it soon.
And keep up the good work.
Calling Bess Marvin. Calling Bess Marvin.
Hello?
Hi, Bess.
Hey, Nancy, what's going on?
You know, Jenna Devlin may have her faults, but being a bad cook isn't one of them.
What kind of stuff does she cook?
She's famous for her clam chowder, which is outstanding.
Well, don't just stand there. Get me the recipe.
If you ran a cafe and had a great recipe for something, would you give it away to anyone who asked for it?
I didn't say ask for it. I said get it. You're sneaky.
Aunt Iris probably left it to her with instructions to keep it in a vault somewhere.
Does Jenna own the cafe or just run it?
She inherited it. The place has been in the Devlin family for centuries.
Whoa. Buildings that old are usually haunted, you know.
Oh boy, here we go.
Well, they are.
I can't figure out if Andy Jason is friendly for real or if it's because he's basically a salesman.
What does he sell?
Whale watching tours. He keeps trying to talk Katie into selling her company to him and becoming his business partner.
Think he wrecked her boat so she'd have to go into business with him?
I doubt it. I don't think someone was trying to wreck Katie's boat. I think they just wanted to mess it up to teach her a lesson.
But still, I wouldn't trust him, Nan. Once a salesman, always a salesman.
Remember my neighbor, Ray Olaf? He was a salesman, but he quit.
Yeah, to go to work for a company that repossesses pets when people can't pay their vet bills.
She's right. Don't trust him.
Casey, the maritime librarian, suggested that the SS Whitechapel Dawn may have been smuggling something into the U.S. when it went down.
I don't get why you're so interested in some shipwreck.
I don't know. Finding wood from a wreck that shouldn't be producing driftwood? Something is weird, that's all.
I think you should stick to finding out who vandalized Katie's boat.
I think you should follow your instincts, even if they do seem totally bizarro.
I better get going.
We'll be in touch.
We'll be in touch. Thank you, Bess.
What's up?
See you in a bit.
Be careful out there.
One, two, three. I'm trying to find another message in a bottle. Oh, it's a TK. I got another message in the bottle. I got this one.
No signal.
What's up?
See you in a bit.
I'll be right here.
What do I do next?
Hi, Nancy.
Would you laugh if I told you I found some kind of message in a bottle?
Welcome to the club. Just about everybody around here has found one. Rumor has it our semi-resident nutcase, Hilda Swenson, is trying to tell us something.
Does anyone have any idea what the messages mean?
Go talk to Jenna over at the Hot Kettle. That lady hears all, sees all, and is usually real willing to tell all. She can tell you about those messages.
Thanks for your time.
Whales rule!
Whales rule!
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
What can you tell me about Hilda Swenson?
She was this lady who retired here with her husband about 20 years ago. They made a ton of money in Hollywood as writer-producers and just wanted to enjoy life. Wonderful people, very active. In fact, Hilda was mayor for 8 years. But then, out of the blue, her husband died. They'd been a team for so long that, well, she pretty much died then too.
Did she move away?
She just kind of lost it. Started talking to walls and doing bizarre things until one day she rode to the island across the channel that she and her husband owned and never came back.
And now she uses notes in bottles to communicate with people?
Trouble is, nobody can understand what she's trying to say. All she ever writes is letters and numbers and that one word, Rosebud. I leave a couple of bags of groceries outside her cabin every week, and sometimes I can see her inside. But whenever I try to talk to her, she won't answer.
Did she ever leave anything behind that might help decode her messages?
She left everything behind. Problem is, it's all been sold, given away, or thrown out. We'll never know what's going on in that mind of hers.
It's been fun talking to you.
Later, Gator.
You again?
Did you know Hilda Swenson?
Sure did. She even crewed for me a couple of times. There she was, this itty-bitty lady in her 60s hauling in nets. Did it for the sheer love of adventure. She was quite a gal.
See you around.
Watch out for Caddy.
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
It's been fun talking to you.
Ain't that the truth?
This is endgame stuff. Definitely. Can I ask her about Hilda Swenson?
What's up?
Nope.
See you in a bit.
I'll be right here.
It would be rude to use my phone now.
You have reached the desk of Dr. Irina Predoviciu. I'm away from my desk, but will be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Hardy Res, Joe speaking.
Hey, Joe, it's me.
Hi, Nancy. What's going on?
Talk to you later.
Call us anytime.
Yeah, it's a pretty sure bet we'll be here.
What are they doing? That they're together. Oh yeah, I forgot. There was that Great Dane that they're taking care of, waiting for the owner to come pick him up. Completely forgot what was the story behind why they're together right now.
Hello?
Hi, Bess.
Hey, Nancy, what's going on?
I better get going.
Bess, do you smell something burning?
Shoot! Bye, Nance!
What happens if I call home? Is this just gonna hit the voicemail?
This is the Drew residence. Please leave a message at the beep.
Hi, it's Nancy. Just called to say hi. So, hi, and bye. There's something in that bottle, but it's stuck on those rocks.
Almost had it. Got it.
Maybe the messages are coordinates.
I thought so. North would be latitude, I believe, and east or west would be longitude, probably. Let me write them down, actually. I wrote them wrong. I had the reds and the yellow paper mixed up. Latitude is 48, 42.517. Longitude is 123, 08, 6615. 6615. Now I just need to go there. Go into Katie's boat.
I've never been to this beach before. Stuff to build a sandcastle. I could use a break. Time to go back to work.
What the heck? Oh! It's the letters thing. Can I take that with me? Nope. I'll need to come back for that. Okay, so it is a 3x3 grid. Got a little cross. The next one is okay, red. Reds. I don't know if this is going to be helpful. I'll restart my little grid. Make it a little bigger. And the next one, number 3, like that. White and blue. Red and gray. Yellow. Then blue and red. And the last one is yellow, blue, yellow. Maybe it's supposed to spell out rosebud. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, it's the same amount of letters, so.
Oops, must be ticklish. A starfish, awesome! Anemones are so beautiful.
This is the Drew residence. Please leave a message at the beep.
Hi, Hannah, it's Nancy. To make a long story short, I slipped on some rocks and have to come home. Could you please pick me up from the airport tonight? It's flight 323. Oh, and bring a couple of ice packs and some clean bandages. And you should probably rent a wheelchair, too. See you soon.
Renting one. Okay, this time we won't go there. Pretty clearly kills Nancy, so I just need to go back. Where was the map thing at? Might have been Whale World. I'll start at Hot Kettle first. See if it's at Hot Kettle Cafe. Okay, I have it marked 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9. And it does seem like it spelled out Rosebud. So, we got 2 first. Um, 7 seconds. 1 third. Then it's 8. That would be Rose. B would be 3. U would be 5. And D would be the last one, which would be 4. No, not 4. 6. Nope, not 6. 9. I'm gonna redraw them just because I left symbols for the colors in there. And it's kind of confusing to look at. S1 E is 8. B is 3. U is 5. C is 9. Okay, I need to go back to that little B.
You again?
See you around.
Watch out for Caddy.
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
It's been fun talking to you.
Later, Gator.
Oh, no. I didn't need to go there. I need to go to Katie's boat. Okay. 2, 7, 1, 8, 3, 5, 9.
I don't know what all those letters mean, but something tells me this may come in handy.
Okay, I can't take this with me, so... Port starboard. P, 2S, 2P, 2S, 1S, 2P, S, 2P. Okay, mixture. P, 2S, 2P, 2S, S, 2P, S, 2P. Hilda Swenson. Congratulations! I hope you enjoyed finding this thing, because you and I are just getting started. See, I've got a secret. Well, two actually. But I don't believe in just handing things to people on a... to folks on a... Sylvan. S-I-L-R-E. Sylvan? Silver platter.
Send me something from the top of the lighthouse in Morse code.
That's no fun. Isn't the way life works either. To get anywhere in this world, you gotta get out there and be curious. You gotta ask questions and shake things up till you get answers. And I know you're curious, or you wouldn't be reading this. So what I want you to do now is send me something from the top of the lighthouse in Morse code. As for what I want you to send me, read the little story I've enclosed. That'll get you started. The story makes no sense, you say? Well, you got into this chest, didn't you? Anyway, eventually you'll find the answer to my first secret. As for my other secret, you're smart, and I have a sneaky suspicion you are. You'll figure it out along the way. Something
is fishy. Snake Horse Harbor.
And I'm not just speaking for the habitat. Oh, and no funny stuff because I'm watching you, Hilda. And then she drew a little picture, just for me. There once was a dog named Alpha. Okay, we're doing this. Who lived high in the Sierra Nevadas. The dog weighed about 100 kilos and lived in a hotel in the Sierras. Okay, I think, ASN maybe? Okay, I'll just write them down, word for word. Alpha, Sierra, Nevada. The dog weighed about 100 kilos and lived in a hotel in the Sierras. Alpha loved his owner, Juliet Smith. Juliet belonged to the Delta Gamma sorority and loved to dance the foxtrot. Her boyfriend was named Oscar, and he was quite a Romeo. One day, the owner of the hotel decided to move to India to raise...
This is the weirdest story I've ever
lima
read.
beans. That was fine for Miss Smith. Because she wanted to live in the Delta Gamma house. But Alpha wanted to stay in the Sierra Mountains so he could learn to play golf. The owner eventually moved to India, and even though she loved to foxtrot, Miss Smith became a tango instructor. Okay, what I'm really trying to say is... Oh, I didn't even need to write it down. Okay, I'm taking what interesting she said. What's so interesting about it? Hi, Nancy?
Party Res, Joe speaking.
Hi, Joe. Me again.
Hey, Nancy, we're both here.
Is the dog still there, too? Never mind.
Her owner is on his way to pick her up.
He better be. Goldie, be quiet!
Is she yellow?
Goldie is about as black as dogs get.
I'm sure her owner can explain when he comes to pick her up.
Which better be soon. The neighbors are starting to complain about the noise. Goldie, bad dog!
Talk to you later.
Bye, Nancy.
See you around the compass.
Hello?
Hi, Bess.
Hey, Nancy, what's going on?
I found a letter buried in a box on the beach. It was written by this supposedly crazy woman named Hilda.
What do you mean, supposedly crazy?
Well, I was told that she went a little wacky after her husband died and became a hermit. But her letter actually made sense.
What did it say?
She wants me to send her something from the top of the lighthouse in Morse code.
I hate to burst your bubble, but she sounds way wacky to me.
Well, eccentric maybe.
No, we're talking Liberty Bell here, Nance. The woman is cracked. Be careful.
I better get going.
Bess, do you smell something burning?
Shoot! Bye,
I
Nance!
don't like that you're perpetuating the myth that disabled people are somehow more dangerous
I guess I better stay
than
away from
able
there.
people. Yeah, true. Oh, I didn't need to go there. I'll just use the GPS to navigate like I'm supposed to. Oh my god. How do I get back to the boat? I keep landing near the fucking cave. Okay, I'm almost there.
What's up?
See you in a bit.
Enjoy.
I need to go back to the cafe. Ad starts in 1 minute.
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
It's been fun talking to you.
Back at ya.
Okay. This. I was right to write down golf. Gamma isn't one of them. Okay. Let me cross out Gamma. How about, okay, Lima is definitely, it's not beans. Okay, not Smith. Sierra? How about Nevada? Nope, it's, not that. Alpha, Sierra, Sierra. Alpha, Juliet? Yes. Smith? No. Juliet, Delta. Foxtrot? Yes. Oscar? Yes. Romeo? Yes. India? Yes. Lima? Yes. Delta? Yes. Gamma? No. Alpha, Sierra, Golf? Yes. India? Yes. Foxtrot, Tango. Yes. god, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. Okay, I'll wait 3 minutes for the ad break to end. Okay. I also need to look at what port and starboard are. Okay, A, S, S, A, J, J, D. F, O, R. I, L, D. A, S, G, I. F, T. Is that supposed to be an anagram for something? Do I have to use the anagram buster for this?
What's up? See you in a bit. I'll be right here.
Okay. First, how about sailboat, no, nautical terms. Port is the left side of the boat. And starboard must be right. Yeah, right side.
No anagrams that need
Okay,
busting
this
yet.
isn't an anagram. It just is what it is, huh? Morse code. A dot dash. S 3 dots. Dot dash J dot dash dash dash. D dash dot dot. F 2 dot 1 dash 1 dot. O 3 dash. R dot dash dot. I 2 dots. L 1 dot 1 dash 2 dots. D dash dot dot. A S S is 3 dots, right? Yeah. G 2 dashes 1 dot. I 2 dots. F T. J, move the J again. J is dot dash dash dash. Okay. looks like it's turning red when I do this. Colors. Thought you'd like to see this. Nancy, I'm kind of a stained glass art freak and came across a webpage during my travels in cyberspace that I thought you might find interesting since you're staying in Snake Horse Harbor. Check out this URL. Enjoy! Yours, Casey. Royal Flush...
The hot kettle was originally called the Royal Flush Saloon.
To see some of Jake and Bombeck's best work in its original setting, check out the Hot Kettle Cafe, formerly known as the Royal Flush Saloon, in Snake Horse Harbor on Deception Islands, one of the San Juan Islands located in Washington State. A shrewd businessman named Silas Deblin built the Royal Flush Saloon in 1866. Determined to create an establishment that would appeal to all social classes, he commissioned Bombeck to create stained and leaded glass doors and windows, knowing that his highbrow customers would recognize them as works of art, and that his lowbrow customers would enjoy them because they looked like big pieces of candy. Is that how people would react to this? Be like, looks tasty. And that's a weird thing to think other people would think. For years, the Royal Flush Saloon was the place to go in the San Juans. By the end of the century, however, rumors that able-bodied farmers and lumberjacks were being shanghaied from the... What's that word again? That feels really racist. From the saloon on a regular basis caused business to decline. Why don't you just say that they're being, like, stolen from or whatever? By the turn of the century, the saloon had closed and a jewelry shop opened in its place. Despite the succession of businesses which followed, the original building was left largely intact so that today Bombeck's beautiful glasswork remains in near pristine condition. Okay? Okay, I only have 3 objectives right now. Find out who trashed Katie's boat. Find out what all those letters mean that were on that piece of paper in the box Hilda left on the beach. And make sense out of that story from Hilda about Alpha the dog. Well, I did. I know that the letters on the piece of paper were just directions, left and right. And the story about Alpha the dog was just her way of getting me the message that I'm supposed to be sending from the lighthouse. I'm not sure how I'm gonna get into the lighthouse though, but I should probably save the rest for tomorrow's Yakuza, which would be Sunday. So Monday, I should be saving the rest for Monday. Okay, that's the end of the stream. Let's see. Who are we gonna raid? Astral Orm is playing Splatoon 3. Have fun with Orem. I'll be back tomorrow to play Yakuza Like a Dragon again. We still need to find all the rest of the Kappa statues, which I was just using a guide for after a while. And what else? I need to get through that boss fight with Ishioda and Nanba. That's gonna be difficult. Anyway, bye!